Hello. Hello. How's it going, everybody? Hi. Hi, Oh my god. Sorry, my back hurts a lot today. It is not bueno. Not bueno indeed. It's been hurting a lot the last couple of weeks. Actually, ever since I got back from Japan, but I feel like today is the worst it's been. So, I don't know. Maybe I gotta go to a doctor's appointment or something. Get that checked out. But I mean, hopefully not. My health insurance isn't very good, so hopefully this goes away on its own, or maybe I just take painkillers. You think that'll work, fellas? Yo, thank you, Eddie, for the 30 stream streak, by the way. Hello, Yvonne. Hi, Shy. Hi, Cosmocarp. Hello, Clapback Kev. Hi, Coolit. Hi, Fred Bob. Hi, Miss Nikki. Hello, Common Writer Onyx. Hi, Cody. Hello, Sid. Hi, Finesse God. Hello, Necron. Hi, D. Hello, Squishy. Did I miss anybody? Hello, Deca. Hi, Jojo. Hello, Shuku. Hi, Inamorable. You gotta go already, but I hope you have a good night. Good night, Inamorable. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. Hello, Fatui. Hi, A Ghost. Hi, Not Trent. Hello, Clopchamp. I cannot stay and also have no sound, but sending good vibes. Can somebody let Clopchamp know goodbye? G-bye? Back-to-back streams, ye. I'm hoping that next week. Next week is last week of February, right? Yeah, for sure. Hopefully next week I lock in a little bit more. At least 2 out of 4 weeks. Well, I don't know how many weeks are in a fucking month. Yeah, 2 out of 4 weeks of February. If I can lock in, that's pretty good. No, how's the back pain, Grandma? Is killing me. I'm dying. Hi, Atsu. Aren't you like 61 or something? I don't remember the exact age, but I remember like a short going around that you were like way older than I thought you were. And then some like, like famous person birthdays or something corroborating that. Pushing 6'7" TVH. Oh jeez. Are you gonna buy any Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Magic? Not to presume, but I figured you don't have much affinity for it. Nah, you're right. I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and then like I like the most recent animated movie that was out in theaters, but I don't actually like it like to the extent that I would go in on more magic of it. Yeah. I still have to organize my existing magic collection. I gotta get I gotta figure out like my storage situation. I'm honestly probably gonna be storing my magic cards in Pokemon ETB boxes. Cause I don't save my Pokemon bulk. All my Pokemon stuff is in binders. So I don't need I don't need to store, the cards and anything but yeah. Regardless. They're coming out with another one, right? I think so. They're probably gonna have a sequel to that animated movie because I think the first one did well. Is it lower back pain or upper back pain though? It's lower back pain. What's worse? I think lower back pain is really bad. I don't know. It kind of hurts to even bend over, and I've been I've been doing the thing where I walk around with like my fists clenched behind me. And I'm like, oh shit, those Asian grandpas got something right. On God. I'm gonna send you a link to something for lower back pain. It worked for me. Oh my God, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Callie. What's up? Are you getting a pre-con? I got an extra one. Well, I don't know. I think on Monday I'm gonna go to a card store. That card store doesn't really have a lot of magic things. Like they have some magic stuff, but they're mostly Pokemon. So yeah, we'll see whether I dabble into the magic wares there. But I've been itching for some Pokemon, and then bitch that I am, I do like the Ascended Hero stuff that I was given for free, but I do gotta say, I didn't hit, so I need more. I need more cards. What a great day! Huzzah! Hi, Stan. What's up? You're really just chasing Cynthia cards? Cynthia's cool. Cynthia's. I will never forgive Cynthia. I think Cynthia is a bad bitch. Don't get me wrong, but I remember struggling. I think that was one of the Pokemon champions that I legit actually struggled with as a kid. So I don't really. She's not my fave. Hi, Excel. What's up? Hi, Rafi Shore. They're making a new movie with a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle time skip, and it's called The Last Ronin, rated R18. Wait, I can't tell whether you're joking or not. Isn't that already out? The Last Ronin? Oh, wait, no. Well, that's based on like a comic book series, right? Are they actually doing a R18 movie of this? Her Garchomp do be a menace. Actually, most of her things do be a menace. I remember, like, I hated her Garchomp, and I hated. I think her Spiritomb. I was like, at that point in time, I was like, what the fuck is this weak against? And then you find out it's weak to nothing, which I think is bullshit. Send the link. It's almost 5 a.m. here, so bedtime for me to have a good stream. Huge grandma. Goodbye. Goodbye, Atsu. I hope you have most pleasant sleep. Did you ever play Gen 5 and Fi Getsis? What is this guy? I did. Oh yeah. I forgot his name was Getsis. Cause I only paid attention to N. I did fight him though at some point because I played Unova. I really liked Unova. What is his team? I'm seeing his Pokemon Adventures team. Hydreigon, Electra, Seismitoad, Toxicroak, Drapion, Volcarona, Kyurem. Kyurem? That's illegal. Very fixed up, but Spiritomb and Sableye were super cool back then in that regard? No, I don't think so. Sableye, bleh! I don't like Sableye or Spiritomb. I hate that combo. Hi, Delta. Hi, Non-Creative. Hi, Dusk. Greetings. Would you say you're taller than Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Splinter? How tall is Splinter? Generally ranging between 4'10 and 6'2. He is often depicted as roughly the same height or slightly shorter than the turtles in early versions, around 5 feet, but can be much taller, 6'2 in the 2012 series, or quite short for comedic effect in other iterations. I'd say I'm taller. Yeah. Because, like when I slouch, I'm 5'5", but when I stretch all the way up, my spine, not constricted, I'm 6'9". So it is what it is. Hi, Hitmonlee. What's up? Hi, Jojo. Good evening. That seems like a big range. Yeah, that is a crazy big range. That's like over a foot difference. I thought you were gonna say 6'7". No, I'm not that brain rotted to always be 6'7", 6'7". Hi, Pancake Panda. What's up, dude? You know what was? I don't know whether you guys saw this. I feel like some of you might have because I know you're K-pop heads and everything. But Meow, the YG, is it YG or YG Black K-pop girl group? But yeah, two of their members like they did like a 6'7" filter on like TikTok in like different languages, and then after every 6'7", they went like 6'7", 6'7", like, and I was just like, Wow. They're so pretty, they can get away with that. Yeah, I was like, God, if that was like, a group of teenage boys, I would be like, come here for a little bit of disciplining, you know? But with them, I'm like, It's okay. You girlies, it's allowed for you girls. Today is a scary part. What do you mean? What do you mean today is a scary part? Everything of it has been scary so far. What the hecky? Huh? They were on point with their enunciations too. Yeah. That was like a little bit more expected though, in my opinion, cuz they're like a global girl group. They probably got language lessons in a bunch of different languages. Hi P Noisy, by the way. Hello Yo Yo. Hi Harry. Long time no see. How have you been? Hi Kashi. Hello. I don't know how to read your name. Vifair? Vifeller? When are we having Ninja 3 movie night? Is that out? I don't think that's out, is it? Hi Celine. How are you? Hi Godly. Hi Inadept. What's up everybody? Do you think it's gonna come out? I mean, probably because they had credits kind of hinting about a continuation with his biological brothers and everything. Any Fortnite today? No, today is not. Fortnite is not on the agenda today. Dude, I think I'm too old to actually play Fortnite seriously. Like, I I thought about it and looked back at like my VODs, and it was low key kind of embarrassing that I never really saw anyone first before they saw me. Like, I would go to the sounds of fighting and try to third party, and that would be like my most successful venture on my own. But most of the times, I'd just be like roaming around, and then someone would start shooting at me, and I'd be like, ah, and then I'd be like, where'd they shoot me from? And I'd be like, oh, over there? What the frick? Like, how? When? Where? Dude, I don't know. Like, I'm too old for Fortnite. Hi, Zadie. What's up? It's wild to think I had a crush on April O'Neil and now I'm seeing her on Magic the Gathering. Damn, you old. Wait, I don't actually think you're that old compared to me, but like, I didn't really watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle growing up. 1984. No, you're a little old. You're a little older than me. Hi, Wix. Hi, Kengo. What's up? I've been good. I was on holidays for the entirety of January. Was in Korea and then went to Melbourne now. I'm just waiting for uni to start again tomorrow. But yeah, I need to juggle uni, work, computing internship, life. Caffeine is the way. Actually, I don't know whether caffeine is the way because I know that you used to have some health complications. So I wouldn't want to exacerbate that, but that's how I would treat it. Potentially taking up to 5 years, fan concepts suggest a 2026 to 2028 timeframe. Okay, so Selena might not actually be that far off in the future. Hi, Mafia Carp. What's up? You know what I'm really excited for? I'm really excited for the Sony Pictures Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, the animated. Oh my god. I just looked at Brendan's League game. 15 to 36. 15 to 36 kills. I see him typing lower left. His camera is blocking a lot of it, but I see him typing. Oh my god. Dude. It's just, it's a really nice thing to know that, like, you're not, like, I'm not actually the worst person ever when it comes to typing or responding back in gaming. Like I thought like I get reactive and I get heated and I have thin skin, but when I compare myself to Brendan, I'm like, okay, you know, I am bad, but I'm not that bad. Shut up, Isaac. Eat dirt. Do, 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 do. Hi, Egyptian Wolf God. How are you? Hi, Perlata. Do, 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 do. Can't wait to get a gaming PC instead of a gaming laptop. You better hurry up on getting a gaming PC because I assume those prices are only going to continue climbing from here on out. Wait, I remembered I'm going to an orchestra next week. What for? Like a video game orchestra or like an actual classical orchestra? Are you fancy like that? Nah, I'm 28 years old and I was grounded. I've been grounded. If you're, I feel like if your parents are kind of conservative and slash or maybe Asian, you know, and if you're living under their roof, like, you know, technically they can ground you. It doesn't matter if you're over 18. In the eyes of your parents, you'll always be a child. Immigrant children chicken. I I like your nails. Thank you. I The more I stare at them, the more I dislike them. I don't actually think they're like that ugly, but I feel that the things that I went through in order to get these nails on my fingertips, it wasn't quite worth the time, money, emotional damage, physical damage I experienced. So I am not gonna show this set off, most probably. My parents won't ground me because I help them pay for stuff. I pay all my bills, etc. Well, that's nice, but mm, I think it's a little. Even if you might not understand what like another household is going through, like sometimes, mm, like sometimes you just gotta accept it. Like, oh, my parents would never do that to me, or my household would never do that. But sometimes it doesn't make the other person feel good hearing that. Like sometimes it's like the other person is just like, well, okay, I too wish I lived in a household that acknowledged me as an independent adult who is capable of designating my time and money to certain things and for my parents to trust me as a free spirit, but that is not the case. So, yeah. I think it's better to show empathy through like that sucks, dude. I'll wait for you in order for us to play Marvel Rivals again. Being grounded felt like a privileged punishment in my area. I just told him I'd wait. Yeah, that's good. This reminds me of a TV show where the kid's friend was like, dude, that's an invasion of your privacy when the dad came in the room or something. I mean, it's okay. I think it's like slightly different. Cause there are definitely things that like some immigrant parents like they definitely go way too far. I saw a TikTok of this girl and she was like literally like she was like, "Oh," and I felt so bad for her because I still think she's a minor and she was still going to like school or whatever. But yeah, her parents like um basically like they put a ring camera in her room and her room like didn't she didn't have like an adjoining bathroom. So like so so she would have to like go change in her closet, but then like in some like apartments like she wouldn't have a closet, so then her parents would be like, oh, like like you should just go out into the hall and change in the bathroom. And like it started when she was like in middle school or something, because they caught her like, being staying on her phone like too late at night after like one too many times. And they were like, okay, the next time that you do this, we're gonna set up a ring camera in your room. And then she thought it was only gonna be for like, like a couple days or a week or something, but they kept it up. And so, yeah, when the next time they moved, she was like, I really don't want the ring camera. And they were like, okay, like, but, if we catch you, we're going to put it up again. But then she finally like set her foot down like the next time, cuz I don't know, like she the way that she made it sound, like she generally seemed to be like a good kid, and like sometimes she would just be on her phone like talking to her friends like late at night, like on the odd occasion. But yeah, like the next time they caught her, they were like, "Oh, we're going to put the ring camera in your room again." And she was like, "No, that's like an invasion of my privacy, and like I like want to be able to change in my room and all that shit." And I was like, yeah, like sometimes immigrant parents like really do not know the difference, like the lack of boundaries and how much that can affect their child, and how really not okay that is. Because I feel like a lot of non-American parents, they view children as an extension of themselves, and like they don't, and especially in some cultures, like they don't really think it's a big deal to like be naked in front of each other. Like I had to tell like like this is maybe TMI, but like up to like high school or something, like my mom, like she never knocked on doors. She was always like, if she had something to tell me, she would like just like go into my room and be like, Casey, and I'd be like, Mom. And I had to like I had to yell at her, and we actually fought about it. And I was like, Mom, why can't you just knock and like wait for me to hear, like, all, because she's also hard of hearing, so sometimes she would knock and I'd be like, no, don't come in, and she wouldn't hear me, and then she would still come in, and I'd get mad at that too. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, even, and it's like, cause I get it in Korean culture, because when you go to like a sauna or a moyeokjang, so basically that's like the public baths. Yeah, you just see everyone naked. You see strangers naked. You see your grandma naked. You see your mom naked. I assume like maybe if you are close enough to your friend, you go with your friend, you'd probably see them naked too. Yeah, but it's like very normalized there. It's like not sexual at all. You're just like, yeah, we're just gonna sweat out all our dead skin cells and start rubbing it like vigorously with the Italy towel. You know what I'm talking about? Door, what's that? Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, but the thing is, and I feel like this is why it's like really hard for children who might have like immigrant parents, or parents who are predominantly of a non-American culture, is like a lot of them also did not read parenting books. They did not like get taught about intercultural like rearing. Um cuz my mom didn't even know there were like classes that teach you about like how to rear a child, like when I was born. She was just like, you were just born. And I was like, okay, all right. So when you really think about it, I could have been fucked up way more than I am now. We should be thankful that I turned out to be a perfect little princess. Just slightly egotistical and maniacal, and borderline yeah, emotional wrath and all that. Hi, Miss Julia. How are you? Hi, Oblivious. We love a good high roll. Is crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I used to say that when I was angry. I used to tell, like, I would be like, I never asked to be born. Like, if I could go back and be like, would I want to exist? Like, I wouldn't have said, yeah, I wish to be born into existence. But I can't really say that anymore because every time my mom like talks about my birth, she talks about it like it was some sort of miracle. And I'm just like, well, damn. I don't want to hurt your feelings. Cause for her, like, she actually really wanted me. And I was like, well, damn. Now what? I'm glad you exist. I'm glad you exist. I was literally thinking about um this the other day, but I mean, it wasn't really a fight, but I was basically feeling like a little bit distant from Julia. And so I was like, Julia, I'm feeling a little bit distant from you because we haven't really been talking that much. And that makes me sad. And then she was like, yeah, dog, me too. And then we were like, really? Really? And I was like, wow, fantastico. What a mature conversation that reconnects that our friendship and our feelings for each other still exist despite us being busy and all that. Yeah. But like what how lucky am I to have a friend who like I can just talk with about those kind of things like so maturely and without like one or the other person getting defensive, you know? Hi, Blue Lane. Cause some girls. Sorry, me riling myself up. But some girls in the past have been like, if they feel distant or if I felt distant, I'd be like, "We good?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're good." And then we're not good. And I'm like, "Okay, should I kill myself?" Yo, thank you, Control, for the reset for 13 months. Welcome back to the YouTubers. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Burn bridges right now, call them out. Well, I'm not friends with them no more, and I haven't been friends with them for a while, so there's no reason to call them out. You know what's also nice about Julia? She puts me on the good stuff. The Awala. Okay, the one thing I don't like about this is like what I prefer about a regular straw is that like I can just sip it vertically. With this, you kind of have to tilt it back. Yeah. Is it the same colorway? I was like looking at this and I was like, this is the only colorway I like out of the options on Amazon, but feel like it's really similar to yours. Is it not? It's not? Oh. Yeah, thank you, Onyx, for the 10 stream streak. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I do use it, but I interchange cups a lot. And also, the the pink Snoopy cup, I must confess, it doesn't hold enough liquid for my needs. I need a little bit more. I need a little bit more volume of caffeination. Yeah. Is that Arya's roommate? And what are you talking about? Yeah, the pink one is small. Sometimes I'll drink things in Nikki's, the white Snoopy cup. It's a little bit taller. Um, but in general, I think the rotation currently for me is I like using. I might go back to the blue bottle though. The blue bottle, I just like that straw a lot. But for now, I'm using this as like my caffeine tumbler, and then this one for my water. And then sometimes I swap this out with an Awala for my water. Sorry, this is like my first caffeinated drink of the day, so I really gotta down it. Okie dokie. Oh wait, she's showing me. Oh, yours is cute. Yours is really cute. Called Candy Coated. Oh, and it has a little like purple accent. This is perfect for you. Bonita. Caffeine drink for the day. Looks at the clock. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really that badly affect me. I feel like caffeine. Can I also, okay, not to, I say this most lovingly, but Julia is the most caffeine affected person I know. Like, I think caffeine only affects me in like extremely large dosages on an empty stomach, but Julia will tell me, like, you know, I had a tea, I had a milk tea, and I was gonna save it for the next day, but I decided to drink it at night, and now it's 4 a.m. and I can't go to sleep, and I'm like, girl, hello, P Wong. I ate coconut jelly with a little bit of coffee on it yesterday, and I had a hard time sleeping. I drank some matcha today and couldn't stop yapping, and then crashed at 4 p.m. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Am I seeing you on Monday, by the way? I just want to reconfirm that. I have it in my calendar. I'm really looking forward to it. Hi, Dave. What's up? Yeah, probably YOLO. YOLO. I need to drink caffeine early or I can't sleep. You guys don't know me. Real sleepers, they're like, I'm having trouble sleeping. And then I just think to myself, sleep. Well, then again, I have sleeping aids. I literally have a YouTube video at all times. You play golf or nah? Nah. Do I look like I play golf? Do I look like I go out in the sun and I stand with my, what is it called? What is it called? My club, my golf club, and then I whack it. I gotta go and study and do some life admin. Have fun with stream Nuna. Bye, Harry. Thanks for stopping by. Vietnamese coffee at this time of night is a little bit crazy, Yvonne. I won't lie. Vietnamese coffee is really strong. Like, even for me, that's like pushing it a little bit. Goodbye, sleep schedule. Adios. Sun golf is old school. New golfers hit the range. What is the range? Is it like Top Golf? Is that the range? There's like digital golf now, isn't there? Do 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 do. What's a good Viet coffee rec? I don't. Davian coffee? That's a cafe, right? Davian coffee is in Rosemead, Cerritos, Long Beach. I think I've had it once in Garden Grove. It was really good. I'll miss it. You just make your own? Do you have like concentrate or do you use beans? Do you got a tutorial, Jojo? I've tried making Vietnamese coffee, like the drip coffee with the Vietnamese like coffee maker, but I feel like it's always kind of grainy. It never tastes good. The Fim? What the fuck is the Fim? I mean, what is the Fim? Fim. Fim? Orange tin. Hi now, what's up? Hi Edmund. I feel like I haven't seen you in a bit, Edmund. What's up? Lee's coffee and the bottles from Costco are pretty good. Then I have to convince my mother to get me those. Lee's Coffee, Costco. Is it the concentrate? Oh shit, that looks bussin'. Oh. Cafe Du Monde? Wait, you guys are... You guys seem very knowledgeable about all this. Locations. This don't seem to be... New Orleans? Louisiana? Just lurking. Hope you've been well. I've been okay. I took on coffee making as a new hobby. I've been enjoying making coffee in the morning. So where are you located, Jojo? Do you do deliveries? See? My store made 500,000 in sales today because of the blizzard scare, and we got a pizza party for it. What kind of pizza? Was it like fancy pizza or just Domino's pizza? Washington State? Gosh darn it. Gosh dang it. Well, it is what it is. Do, 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 do. Did you get to choose your own toppings? That is also my question. Did you guys get to choose your own toppings? I feel like if you guys made 500,000 in sales because of blizzard scares, you guys deserve to choose some fancy toppings. 4 pepperoni pies and 4 plains. You should have shat on the pizza and then thrown it at management's face. I ain't gonna lie. What the fuck? $500,000 extra in sales, working overtime for the blizzards, and for what? For only 2 options? Huh? This is why I hate corporate. Down with Corpa. Dude, I mean, like, I like pepperoni, I like cheese, but I just think, like, not even pineapple. I know pineapple is, like, a controversial topping, but not even that, not even a third topping option. Hi, Brandon. What's up? Overnight crew is 14 people. That shit was gone. I guess you can't be choosers. In this economy, sometimes we gotta accept that we're only getting pep and cheese. Guys, is it bad that... I just know it's propaganda, but Cutie's YouTube videos and everybody else in my friend group getting back into some semblance of League makes me want to play League again, but I just know I'm gonna baby rage. Like, that game... Okay, I feel like this is the tier of games. This is a list, right? And at the bottom tier is where the games that I rage the least in. Stardew Valley. Okay. Sunhaven. All the farming simulation games, right? And then one tier above, Apex Legends, because I'm good at that game, right? Or like I was good at that game. And then above that is where it gets into the like yellow orange zone, the danger zone, and this zone is like hero shooters. So like Overwatch 2, Marvel Rivals. This is where I start to get a little flamey. This is where I start to get a little annoyed. And then at the very top, League of Legends. Toxicity incoming, red, red, red. And in this zone is where, even if I'm playing ARAM, the moment my random on my team or on the other team starts to talk shit about me or a friend I'm queued up with, I'm saying shit like, your mother wishes she would have swallowed you type shit on God. Because of that, I'm just like, I don't care. I don't fucking care if I lose my account, you bitch ass. The thing is, what enrages me the most about League of Legends players when they talk shit is like, wow, you think you're better than me when this is your main game? Hello, Schwangbo. What's up? I'm just like, how? What do you mean you have a superiority complex when you have thousands of hours of League on this game, huh? Swallow what misuse? Could you explain that expression? Your mom wishes that instead of your father's sperm ejaculating into her and hitting the egg sac just right, she wishes that instead that she would have swallowed. There you go. I said it explicitly. Does fighting games land in the rage tier list? I'm not gonna lie, I've never played a fighting game, so I don't know. I think me learning a fighting game would be in the oh god the depresso tier. It's like a special tier. Actually, it might not even be in the pyramid. It might have its like own little circle on the side. Hi Robin. Thank you, Miss Hughes. My little nephew just learned a lot. Okay, don't tell me that. I know it's not real, but don't tell me that. You have no control over the idiots on your team. Yeah, I mean, that's for every game. But for some reason, like, I let my idiot teammates and or idiot randoms, like idiot enemies get to me the most in League of Legends. Because I feel that at some point, once my rose-colored glasses got shattered, I didn't think League of Legends players were cool anymore. Like, and I still think the only people that I think are really cool in League of Legends are like non-NA League of Legends players. I feel like North American League of Legends players are the worst because we never win anything internationally. We're just disappointment after disappointment. We keep recycling the same talent over and over again in the League of Legends pool. And it's like, there's no infrastructure to cultivate new talent, and we are just a disgrace, and we're like basically a non-factor in any sort of international event. So on God, why do we have an ego, huh? Why do we have an ego, my American players? Not true. We used to beat EU, and that's all you need. How long ago? How long ago was that? Because my goat, I'm a cutie pie, he turned 34 today. So it was a while ago, wasn't it? Americans better in gun games though. Yeah, but we're not talking about gun games. We're talking about League of Legends. And I think it just pisses me off when a League of Legends player thinks that, yeah, I I got Ornn in ARAM and you got a fucking squishy enchantress support and I scale in ARAM because I'm a tank and I'm just gonna continuously get my heart steal stacks up and you're so fucking bad at this game, haha. When it's literally RNG! It's RNG and it's not even a ranked mode that matters and you're gonna talk shit to me just because you rolled a better champ than me? Like, that shit pisses me the fuck off! Who is saying this in ARAM? The enemy ARAM player that got Ornn and I got like Janna. And I don't scale as well as Ornn does. Put some respect on Cutie's name. He was a world championship contender. Do the good old meet all. Dude, Julia knows because Julia was one of the few last people who ever saw me crash out in League. Like, I really don't play that game anymore. But when I used to play that game for fun from time to time, it was like, you want to play ARAM? And I'm like, yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll play some ARAM. And then Julia's just like, oh. This is Julia in the corner while she's watching me going like, ah! And then Julia's going like, It does say much about our region that the old heads of League are still better than the majority of the players. I know, right? Dude, Cutie can still climb the Challenger every freaking season. And I've seen that man decay in other areas, so. Yo, thank you, Kin Chong, for the 3 stream streak. Really appreciated. Thank you, thank you. What was it? He missed... I don't know how Venator Util works, but I was watching him play Deadlock a little bit today, and then I kept seeing people spam 0 out of 3. 0 out of 3. So I'm assuming like there was some like Venator ability that he activated and he didn't hit any of his shots. And I'm like, oh, cutie. Did you hear he got a 30-day ban? Wait, who got a 30-day ban? Cutie? There's no way. In League or Deadlock? There's just no way. In League? Really? How? He doesn't talk in that game, does he? Venator is similar to Vayne. His ulti has 3 powerful shots, and if you miss, you lose a lot of damage. So he so he didn't hit any of his ult shots? I'm not laughing. I did not laugh. Guys, can I be completely honest with you? I played like a I had to play a game today, and it's a sponsored game, and I don't know, and I have to make a short for it, but it's really scuffed. It's like probably one of the most scuffed shorts I've ever made for a sponsor. And I don't know whether it's gonna get approved or not, but I fear that even if it does get approved, or it doesn't get approved, and I have to rework it, it's not gonna get much better than what I have. So if you guys see that shit, can you just be really nice about it? Or like, if you can't say anything nice about it, just make sure to not say anything mean about it. Yeah. Yeah. No? Okay. Well, I'll just die then. That's fine. I'll just kill myself. Gotta kill myself. Gotta die. Gotta die. Hi, Necron. What's up? So, did he get banned because he talked? Did he say something bad? Dude, what's gonna happen to Eugene's YouTube videos? Happy Saturday, Kenny. Preemptively banned because of voice chat? He got banned for leaving a rank-in when he played bar. There's no way it's 30 though. $30 for that is insane. Can I get a game change, please, by the way? Okie dokie. Do. Have you ever finished a horror game before? Yes. I finished Until Dawn. We finished the Quarry, right? Hi, Arkham Knight.
Feeling better?
Yeah. Seems like it worked.
Bad news? All we've done is buy you some time. The suppressant's effects will wear off all too soon. You ready to go?
Don't worry about me. Ashley is the priority.
In that case, we know what we have to do.
Is he gonna help?
Then come, Sancho Panza. Let us rescue the Princess Dulcinea.
You're gonna hurt yourself.
Hey, that
Was
my
he role-playing as Don
dad.
Quixote?
Get it.
Why help me though?
I don't think I saved everyone in Until Dawn, but I think I did better in Until Dawn than I did in the Quarry, I will say. Make your way to the Surfacio. Well, we played 2 hours of Little Nightmares. I'm pretty sure.
You heard, huh? Umbrella's done for. You don't need to worry about them anymore.
answer my question. What are you after?
I just want to feel good about myself.
Welcome. I've got
Yeah, I just
something
want to
new
feel
for
good
ya.
about myself. Don't we all?
You'll get some bang for your buck. I guarantee it. That's good work, if I do say so myself. Crossing your T's. Don't get yourself killed now.
Do I have... I need
Welcome.
heals.
Ooh, what you buying? I don't always have this in stock, stranger.
I'm broke. I'm so broke. Do I have any items that I can sell? No.
Anytime.
Well, I mean, I'm still scared of Resident Evil 7. I don't think I'll be able to finish that game. Your name is Genji ult? Why is my name Genji ult? Oh, wait. Isn't it Ryujin? It's not Yoojin. Oh, bats. Oh god, I have no fucking ammo. What do you do when you run out of ammo? Do you just knife everything? It's not looking too good, fellers.
Hey, since when was this a dead end? This used to lead to the exit.
What am I supposed to put here? Interesting. Knife, best weapon in game. Oh man.
Looks like we've got company. What do you want to do?
Oh god, I missed. Oh, thank you. Wow, he gave me ammo. I love assisted mode. I love assisted mode. Thank you. Thank you, Luis. Wabam! Oh! Why is there a chainsaw? This is not the enemy! Why couldn't I? Okay. Okay. Alright. Very interesting. Guns your butt. Guns your face. Uh-oh.
Time to shine!
Aren't you full of surprises?
Okay. It would be sick if you could steal that chainsaw. That would be sick. But I don't think they're permitting that. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the more ammo. I do really appreciate that. Oh, I have the high ground. I can't believe Chainsaw Man and Parasite are both in this game. Yeah. Wait, I've actually never watched Parasite. I heard that's very good, but... Oh, I got more ammo. Yippee! Ah! Uh-oh. I shot him and he exploded in my face. Oh, what? Wait, I need this. Sorry. Oh yes, I really needed that. And then we go back up. And then we go across the bridge. Okay, I'm just gonna dodge you. Okay. Pesetas. I love you, pesetas. Watch this. Bam. And then the melee to the face. And then are you gonna get... Oh, you're getting up? You're getting up? Wha-bam. Uh-oh. Yay. Yeah, the Japanese anime Parasite, not the Korean movie. Okay. Oh, dynamite.
Better could use this.
Dynamite, huh?
Like the... What? The song?
Yeah. Should make quick work of that dead end.
Like we can blow it up like it's dynamite. You guys know that one? I'm not talking about BTS, I'm talking about the other one. Oh, let's run! I have not seen that movie. Oh! Oh my god, I almost walked into the rocks.
You handle yourself pretty well. You sure you're just a researcher?
I'm just an average guy who...
I'm just an average guy. Just an average gal.
After you, I insist.
Such a gentleman.
That's scary. Oh no. He's gonna eat me like the fucking the cart titan.
You owe me.
Luis, heads up!
Oh my god, there's another one. There's two of them.
Like this with you.
What the fuck are we supposed to do here? Defeat the two giants? Okay, wait, let me get some stuff first.
Sorry. There you go. Shit, can't get through the armor.
The armor? What the fuck does that mean? Oh, well, I thought that would be some good stuff. Okay. Well, how the fuck am I supposed to... Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good.
Luis, out of the way! Here it goes.
What is this gonna do? Oh, that didn't do anything. Oh, fuck! How do I... Okay, so I'm supposed to draw them into the pit somehow. Hey guys! Hey guys! Can you come over here? Look really scrumptious over there. Yes, sir. Ah! They moved! They moved again! How the fuck am I supposed to... Oh my god. Hey! Hey, over here! over here. Okay. Over here, over here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Over here. Over here. Over here. Hey. Hey. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, over here. Over here. Okay.
It moved.
Oh, why is this one so close to me? It feels so close to you right now. Like a dead end. I feel so close to you right now. Hi.
Sorry, keep our friend busy for me.
Where do you think you're going?
Ah! I pressed B, you son of a bitch! Hey, can you stay there real quick? Okay, dude, I pressed.
Leon! Over here!
Oh, okay. Oh god, it does so much damage. It does so much damn.
What are you doing? Hurry up!
Well, how the fuck am I supposed to hurry up? Dude, it's actually how did it get faster? I pressed B! That didn't work for that? Oh my god. I don't know what he wants from me. Dude, it's chasing me. It's so fucking fast. And he's not in. Like, I don't get how I'm supposed to draw him in there. Am I just okay?
Delivery!
That's what I'm supposed to do.
Got a little present just for you. Leon, shoot it!
That's a little hard. He do be moving around a bit.
Beautiful! Just as planned. All right, finish this guy off. Luis, out of the way!
Yay! Molten lava! Yay! Burn! Burn! Wait, don't I get pesetas from that though? I don't? Well, frick me, man. Where am I supposed to go?
Think we can get through here?
Okay. Just gonna make sure I didn't leave any loot in here. There's a little bit of loot over there. Some ammo. What else? That's it. You seem a little bit too happy about him burning. Well, he did hurt me, so I feel like I don't have to be happy about,
How's it look?
you know, him potentially harming me more.
There. It's open.
Yeah, he tried to kill me, the son of a biscuit.
Well, that was You're keeping those things cooped up down here, too?
The underground here is sacred to them. See, this is where they discovered Las Plagas. Preserved inside ancient deposits of amber.
Of course they did.
Yeah, I just think it's better to do green, red, yellow, or should I just try green, green, green? Can I do green, green, green? Will the game let me? I feel so close to you right now. I don't like the skulls as decoration.
You're not suggesting we ride this thing.
Oh, we're on chapter 11.
Do you see any other
Hi,
way?
Takio. What's up?
Give us a push, Sancho.
Who are you calling Sancho?
There. It's moving. This should speed things up a bit.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Hey, we're in a hurry, right? Oh, by the way,
What now?
hope you like thrill rides.
Whoa!
Going off the rails!
Oh. Oh my god, I'm supposed to balance? I'm really bad at that.
Mierda! Do something about those parts! Oye! Switch tracks! If we don't, we're gonna crash!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Up ahead!
I was reloading!
Why you gotta be so bumpy? Left turn! Curving to the right!
Yeah, I could see that, buddy. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Well. Are we good here? Oh, is there another jump here? Yeah, I think we made it. Yippee!
This it?
Afraid not. Things are just getting started.
No, I hate hearing that. Oh, I do hear the growling. Oh man.
One down.
Okay, can't push that. What? Wait, his His body just did a fucking backflip. Whoa. Ooh, a chest. Hi, Ross. What's up? Yay. Okay. I'm gonna craft green, red, and I hope to get some yellow. Some yellow herbs. Do you have any charms for your suitcase? My suitcase? Are you talking about like my character's attaché case?
All right, let's go.
Oh, we have to do round 2 of this. Whoa. Is that a chainsaw? Oh god. Yeah, so I'm whiffing a lot. Oh.
This is kind of fun. More parts.
Oh god.
Shit, this thing's gonna flip. Going off the rails. Give me a hand.
Oh god. Oh.
Hope the cart holds up.
Oh. Why is it? Oh my god. Dude. I'm not good at this. I'm not good at shooting and cart management.
You can see where they dug up the bunks.
I don't want to know that. Why are you telling me that?
Ahead.
You're kidding.
Uh-oh. Okay.
What? Are you serious?
Well,
Jump!
Oh yeah.
Luis!
Can I get a hand?
there's just no way, bro.
It's a 3, 2, 1 next time. Yes, Sancho.
Whatever.
Unbelievable. How y'all survive that? 'Cause it's a video game. And that's how we survive that.
Oh yeah, let's get on that lift.
Okay.
Give me a break.
Make it if we
Oh,
circle around. Come on.
oh man. Oh, jeez, Louise. Oh boy. Hi, Alex. What's up? You think there's gonna be another giant for us here?
I knew it. Stay sharp. These guys have camouflage.
Dude. I keep getting jump scared, bro. I'm so sick of this shit. Oh. Oh my god. No, it's a berg. Oh. They keep coming. Why? Please destroy the entrances in your gigantic hive. Okay, I don't know where their hive is. I mean, I guess I assume we're gonna be heading over to that. Because they keep fucking spawning. Oh my god. Okay. 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 Guys, I think I actually might die. Is this a hive? Or am I just shooting... Is that the hive? Am I just wasting bullets? Gonna be playing Ari on a release? Yeah, I'm planning on it. But everybody is telling me this is really not scary compared to all the other Resident Evils, and Resident Evil 9 is gonna be really scary, so...
How about you open fire instead of your mouth?
I don't know whether we're gonna be able... Oh, okay. Oh boy. Oops. Ouchies. Okay, one hive is here. Lots of money. It's so freaking dark. Gold bar, very cool, very nice. Oh god. Guys, am I gonna be able to play RE9 then? Fear I will just piss my pants. And maybe cry and then not be able to play it. Okay, that made me feel silly. Oh god. Are you not gonna shoot it, bro? It's literally right behind you.
Oh, break's over, I suppose. Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale. A deal well struck. Thank you. Thank you. Come back.
Oh, wait, I have an emerald. I can put this in. Teehee.
Any welcome. Stranger.
Yeah, bee.
Ooh, I'll pay a pretty penny for that.
Okay, I have 21 spindles. I'm really close to exclusive upgrade
Back is killing me.
ticket. Yay.
Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose. Give that the care it deserves, mate. See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. We're starting to get enough crossing your T's, dotting your I's. That's the way to be.
Okay. I think I might want to sell the assault rifle, guys.
Thank you.
Honestly, have not been feeling it. I've not used it a singular time.
Pleasant travels.
Thank you, Eddie. I'll do my best. Okay, I think I need one more healing
Got a
spray.
selection of good things on sale. Stocking up while you can. Wise choice. Information is a commodity these days. I don't always come.
And then, okay, we have 3 heavy needs, 2 flash needs. I think I need to craft more shotgun shells. Nope, don't have enough gunpowder.
Back anytime.
Very sad. Okay, that smile is sinister. It's not a smile of good intent. I know you, Deka. How do I kill that thing? That's a hive, right? Can they even be killed with a gun? Like, am I just wasting ammo? Is more obvious than that? Yeah, aren't these big orange blobs? Oh. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, hold up. That's so gross. Ew. Ew. Where's the last one? I never played it because I'm a coward. Wait, what? What? I don't know where the last one is. Do you guys see it? One. Is it over on the other side? Question mark. One, two. Dude, I hate like bulbous things. I hate things with holes. I hate bugs. This is all stuff that makes me need to like itch myself so severely. Oh, there we go.
Mission accomplished.
Yay. Like when you guys get uncomfortable, you don't start itching yourself.
Good stuff, stranger. Well then, what can I do you for?
Only 5 away. Oh. Yo, thank you, Brendan, for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. God, I have to wait for this guy. How was your stream? I saw you typing. I was streaming and I saw you typing. Cause it was like a 15v36 kill game or something.
Makes you appreciate tech like this.
I don't get you. Why
But I hope you had better games after that.
You don't know us.
I told you. It makes me feel better.
Be straight with me for once.
Los Iluminados. I was working for them.
See, there you go.
Helping the two of you doesn't make up for it. I know that,
Los
but
Illuminados?
still, I don't
Is
want to
that
be unfair.
umbrella or what?
In that case, you better get serious.
Harsh words for a squire.
Dude, aren't they saying in the new Resident Evil that Leon has a high chance of dying?
We're out of that hellhole.
No. Dude, you can tell this is an older game because he has like skinnier jeans on.
Gus, we made it all this way. You know
Well, I
it
mean,
means
not
we're
like older.
almost-
It's like a remake.
Almost what?
Wait, he just got fucking stabbed. Who stabbed him? Who just threw a knife in his back?
Long time.
Who the fuck is this?
Major Krauser? What the hell? Why?
Is this from RE2?
Recovering stolen goods. And killing a few rats along the way.
Oh my
Easy
god.
work.
Ashley. It was you.
Catch on quick.
Oh
Didn't
shit.
I teach you? Knives are faster.
Guys, I'm no good at a knife fight.
Not good.
Oh, he slashed me. Oh my god, he back kicked me. Dude, is he Superman? Like, what is he doing to me right now?
We are just getting started, Wookie.
Uh-oh.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a
Wow. It's only making me slash. I can't. Okay.
Major, you're not thinking straight.
Okay. Can I heal? Can I cheat and heal?
Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus and show me what you got. Not bad.
Soldier like you. Why would you work for these freaks?
Why? You've forgotten what happened 2 years ago.
Operation Javier?
Oh, get fucking shit on.
Operation Javier. My entire unit wiped out. Our own government let it happen. Too slow. Too slow. Without honor, without mercy. Only devastating power. Wanted to receive for myself.
Ow.
I can understand. What happened was unforgivable. But that doesn't give you the right to hurt innocent people.
You're still a kid, holding on to men
Oh.
right and wrong. What's wrong? Not looking too steady.
Wait, I was winning though. How come he's winning in this cutscene?
Enough play, rookie. You haven't changed a damn bit. What a disappointment.
Dude, also, I couldn't not concentrate to the lore dialogue during the fight. I was like, parry, 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 parry. Oh my god, Luis.
Ladies of the world.
Louise.
Don't talk.
Take this. The key to my laboratory. Go there and remove those damn parasites. Help Ashley.
Yeah, and I gotta help him light his last smoke. This is so sad.
You know, I led a pretty shitty life. But now, eh? What do you think, Leon? People can change, right?
This is so sad. I would maybe cry more if I had. I would maybe cry if I had a little bit more emotional attachment to him, but damn, I don't think he deserved that. Hello, Neotech. Bye, Ryan.
You were a fine knight, Don Quixote.
Is it Don Quixote? I thought it was Don Quixote. Was I a fool all along? My poor health.
You won't get away with this, Krauser.
Can I loot him though? I can't loot him. God dang it. I thought he might have good loot. No more free ammo. Gosh damn it. Fuck my ammo.
Leon, there's only time to say this once, so listen up. They took your friend to the top of the clock tower. If you hurry, you might get there before she turns into one of them.
So you aren't heartless after all. I guess I should be thankful.
Yeah, you should.
Thank you, Miss Ada. I'm very thankful. Thank you. Even if Leon doesn't say it, I am very thankful. Deface Ramon's portrait. See attached photograph. Okay. Jewel thief. Sell a scratched emerald.
Hello, stranger. Welcome. What can I interest you in? Good luck to you, stranger. Crossing your T's, pleasant travels.
Wait, I could use one more heal. Thank you. How's my day going? My day's so pretty alright so far. Not too bad, not too shabby. What the hell is this? Ooh, a key. Don't mind if I do. Yeah. I mean, I woke up late. I watched last episode of Gilmore Games. Oh, I was here before, wasn't I? I was. Eh! Oh my god, you know my back pain is bad when sneezing hurts my back. Ugh! Yeah, I watched the last episode of the Gilmore Games today. And then, what else did I do? Oh, there's no prompt for this? That's cool. That's heat. Where the frick is I supposed to go? Question mark. Oh, maybe I should have gone out that way. Wait, there's a treasure here. Is it up or down the stairs? Oh wait, no, it's right here. Okay. Can I craft handgun ammo? I can. That's good. And then I mostly worked on a sponsored short. Like I had to record for it. I had to record like lines for it, and then I had to also record gameplay for it, and then I had to edit it. So that is what mostly took up my time.
There's the clock tower. Hang in there, Ashley.
Hang in there, Ashley. Dude, these birds are so big. What do they feed them here? I ain't ready for this. I fear I really ain't ready for this. Dude, I'm not used to being solo Leon. It's been so long, bro. Oh my god.
You are nothing, if not unyielding, Mr. Kennedy.
Dude, have you ever heard of dental care? Or are your teeth wooden?
Expel this intruder!
Shit.
Okay, well. How did I oh. Okay. Dude, they're so far. Why aren't they coming over? See, why is she pathing back? I'm so confused. Why are they all pathing back? What? Why is she saying impossibly? Sure. Ah! Oh, what the what the hell? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that was freaking... Oh, God. Wait, but I need these. Can you... Oh, God. No, 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 not in the fire. Not in the fire. Are you crazy? Uh-oh. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? No! No!
You really know how to make someone feel welcome.
Can you do it more than once, or is it just once? Sorry, I really don't want to miss out on my pesitas. Oh my god. Okay, so it's more than once. I see now. Oh god. Wow! He tanked a shotgun shot? Oh god. no more spiky ball. Oh, what the fuck?
Not bad, right?
Uh-oh.
Give me a break already.
Jesus. And now I have no shotgun ammo. Oh man. Wait, I could have just. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I could have used this, no? Whoa, okay. Good treasure. One more just for insurance. And then where do I go? Where do I go? Any nowheres? Oh wait. Can I climb up? Well, those stairs are blocked. I'm confused. But let me get your loot. I do not know how to proceed. Okay, I will kill you, Crouch. Mark my words. Like, there's no stairs I can't climb. I was like, where? I said, where do I go? And you said, up most unhelpfully. Oh my god. Oh, wait. I think this brings me up. Uh-oh, but I already shot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. No.
Present for you. You don't give up, do you?
Okay. Oh! Drop some weight? What do you mean by that? Oh, like the... Oh, God. Wait, there's another one? Where? Oh god. Oh god. Ow! Don't fucking push me. Oh my god. Oh god. No. Dude, I don't have... Oh, I don't have ammo. Oh god. I only have 3 shotgun shells left. Oh! Oh my god.
Sorry. Must have slipped.
Dude, even in assisted, this shit is hard, no? Like, there's just wave after wave. Our Lennox Stone. Ashley! They took her jacket off of her, those motherfuckers. The lady might be cold.
That son of a bitch.
I need more ammo, bro. This shit is not cutting it. Oh, man. Am I supposed to walk on these? Oh, okay.
Take a look. Nothing's found to catch your...
Okay.
Out of the way.
Get out of the freaking way. Why is Farquaad got her? That's what I said. It's just unbelievable.
Welcome. Wielding. What can I
Okay,
do?
we can seal this. We can seal this.
Might want to take... Welcome. Crossing your T's, dotting your I's. That's the way to be. Oh my... I don't always have this in stock, stranger. Stocking up while you can. Wise choice. Got a selection of good things on sale. Come back.
We're so freaking close to... Oh wait, we can craft one of these. Yeah, babe. So we're so freaking close to the exclusive upgrade. I'm so sad. Hi, Motor. How are you?
Hello, stranger.
Okay.
And so, I have delivered the girl
Don't
to you.
touch her!
Do tell our Lord to not forget the loyalty of his servant, Ramon.
Ashley!
Dude, just why would you call out to her? Just shoot the little guy in his head. His head is the biggest part about him.
Stood with lord settlers.
You talk too much.
Failed.
See, we should have done this in the beginning.
Utterly uncivilized. Mongrel.
Oh, he's gonna come back up. He's gonna come back up as some like big bobblehead puppet dude.
Allow me to show you the power freely granted by my master. The power of God. The stage is set for the final act.
Oh my god, he's spitting sludge at us. I wish he wouldn't call us Mr. Kennedy like that. I don't like the way he...
Leave me out of your crappy script.
Oh man, I don't have any shotgun ammo. Should I should kill those? What is he saying? Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Dude, how am I supposed to get this guy? I'm like very confused. I don't know what my win con is here. Like he barely opens. Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh god. Oh, freaking Jesus Christ.
You're not so bad yourself. For a moldy son of a bitch.
Dude. How did he get me? Oh my god. Well, that's gross. I don't want to share a resemblance with your dad. Uh-oh. Guys, I think we might fail. I don't understand his attack patterns. It doesn't seem like I'm hurting him. Any advice? I would really like some advice. Well, the bazooka is one shot only. Like, once you use it, you can't... You gotta buy it again. F him up. You guys are no help! No help! I hate you guys.
Watch your language, my lord. What would others think of you?
Okay. Okay. This is... Ow. He's just vomiting on me. It does hurt. You want me to admit it? I admitted it. Now can you stop? Ow. I don't really have shotgun ammo, no. Oh, blah! Oh my god! He almost one-shot me. How am I have a half-wit? I mean, I think this guy has daddy issues. Okay. No, don't do that. I think I need to heal up. No, I don't want to stay still. You can't make me stay still. fuck you, bitch ass motherfucker. How does it feel? You say I resemble your papa? Did your papa beat you up too? Huh? You know what? That's not really funny. My apologies. Domestic violence is nothing to shame anyone about. Okay. Hello, Danny02. What's up? Are we moving? Oh. That was so fucked up. Yeah. I apologize. I do quite apologize about that. What's up, bro? We're trying our best to get Ashley back. No, they're on a boat! How do I get on the boat? I don't know. Sadler is the village guy, the village head. And then he recruited people to his wacky religion thing. And then he told them, you know, this virus I'm giving you, it's not a virus, it's actually something good. I have failed you, my lord. I was unable to fulfill your final commandment and keep the boy from the path of wickedness. I caught a glimpse of Master Ramon's evil temperament during his younger years. When he discovered the servant mocked him by uttering Purgarcita behind his back, he summoned her to his private chambers. After forcing her to kneel before him, Ramon doused her face with a vial of vitriol he pulled out of his pocket. Jesus Christ. He, like, burnt, like, threw acid in her, at her face. What is Purgarcito, even? The young master watched with glee when the servant writhed in agony as the skin melted from her face. His twisted grin still haunts my dreams to this very day. As time passed... Oh my god, I can't read right now. As time passed, Ramon's treachery only deepened, and that infernal cult soon learned they could prey upon his vulnerable heart. Curse the fiends. They manipulated Master Ramon and turned him into their puppet. Worst of all, they've managed to use him to unleash Las Plagas that the Salazar family has fought so long and hard to keep sealed away. Lord Diego, rest assured, I intend to watch over Master Ramon until the very end, whatever fate may befall us. As a faithful servant of the Salazar family since birth, it is my duty and my penance to you. Oh, I say. Oh, I say.
Perfect. Won't have to swim after all.
Oh, we got a boat, fellas. But I'm not very good at driving boats. You're like halfway done or something? Really? I'm on chapter 12 and I'm only halfway done?
Ah, damn it.
Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. Not uh-oh. Mommy! Are you gonna accompany me? Question mark. Oh my gosh, she's driving for me. Wow, what a babe.
You look like you've got something to say.
I have something to ask you. But I don't think I'll get a straight answer.
Dude, I like her makeup.
Raccoon City. You know, after the incident, the world changed. Try to save one person, 100 others die.
One armed, one-handed. That is true. That's a lot of aura.
Leon S. Kennedy. You haven't changed. You just think you have.
What did that mean?
So here's my question. Have you changed, Ada? Or are you just trying to use me again?
What do you think?
Both?
Here. Don't think too hard, handsome.
She called
later.
us handsome. Good evening, DJ Sneaky Sneak. Hi, Hernies. Chapter 13. That's an unlucky number. Oh, 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 oh. Guys, do you think we can finish the game by today? Question mark?
Spotlights. Let's avoid those.
No, stealth mission. No, I'm not stealthy. Frick. Fuck me, bro. Holy shit. Do you fail like the moment you get caught, by the way? No? It gets harder. Oh. Well, I don't like that. I don't want it to get harder. Oh, hello.
I have something I think you welcome. I got something
What
new.
would I like? The Killer 7.
That cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate. Where would it next?
Let's try to get some more money first. Oh, wait.
Welcome. A deal well struck. Why not try your hand? Not my place to say, really, but sometimes things are more interesting if you keep a level playing field. Don't you find?
Nope.
Don't get yourself
I don't want a level playing field. I want to fuck some bitches up.
killed now.
Oh, I can turn this off. Or make it move, I guess. No! 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 No, you bitch! Oh, let me get this barrel though. And then let me turn this off. Oh! what the fuck? What was that? Oh my god. And then I have no ammo. I have no ammo. Frick me. That is literally the last of my ammo. I think I have to go back to the shopkeeper. Yeah, I have to, cause my vest is just fucking fucked up. Well, now what? Hello.
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
7,500.
Good luck to you, stranger.
Oh god.
Are you? Our craftsmanship demand. Come back any time. Welcome. Wilden, what can I do you for? Stocking up while you can. Don't get...
Okay, well, I have a little bit more than I did before. They're in Africa in Resident Evil 5? Really? Dude, I've told you guys I'm really not made for stealth missions. Dude, I low-key forgot about the spotlights too. Does it even matter anymore? I think it still matters. No, I don't think it matters. They're all just staring directly at me. Cool. So freaking fire. This is Pog. Hi, PMA. What's up? Oh, shit. No, not ahí está. No. No! I was running to you! I can't help that I'm fucking slow as fuck.
You're serious.
Okay, I think we can craft this, and then I have 5 healing stuff, so I'm gonna just intake 1. Okay. Yippee! Like, am I still supposed to be stealthy in this part?
A rocket launcher?
No! Oh, shit!
This isn't good.
Oh yeah, I just wanted the loot. Was that so bad? Oh my god, they're using my own weapon against me. Oh! Oh, that fucking hurt. No! What the fuck? What the fuck?
Break already.
Oh. A boss.
Present for you.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Must have slipped. One down.
Guys, I just really want the loot. Wait, I can craft... Most excellent. My bad. Oh. Does that let me go through? I think it does. Nothing through here. Wait, I don't think you can use a golden egg for that, can you? Yay! How am I gonna dodge the rocket launcher? Fuck! Ooh, that almost actually hit me. Dude, he has like a bulletproof vest on or something. I mean, I guess I can't be bitching and moaning that much because I too have one, but still, what the fuck? Okay. Oh, no more needs? Fuck. Uh. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Think that's it? For this area? Question mark? May I loot the rest of this in peace then? Question mark? Yay! My barrels. And ammo. Yippee! Okay. So why did Clouser take Ashley? Clouser didn't strike me as the type to work with Lord Stadler or whatever. Okay. Oh, that's sick. Anybody else here? Any more loot here? Some pesetas here. Some boxes here. Treasure! Oh, hell yeah. There's so many crowns and I don't have enough jewels to put into the crowns. Cause I'm broke as fuck. Why don't they consider them brokies, man? What's over here? Sub-objective? Can I open the other thing? It doesn't look like it, but I want to try. Yeah, Leon Kennedy. Cool. Very cool.
Doesn't look like I can get in through here.
Yep.
Need to find another way.
Is this the way? Okay, hold up a second. I hear a lot of beeping. Lots of bombs. La Bamba. Maybe it's in the other room. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! What the fuck? That's so scary.
Out of the way.
Bleh. I hope you have a rifle. I don't have a rifle. Uh-oh. Do I need a rifle? I don't have a rifle. Why did he say I hope you have a rifle? I don't have a rifle. Huh? Huh? Should I have bought a rifle? Oh, cutscene?
Ashley! Ashley! Come on, Ashley, wake up! Shit!
I don't know whether I should be being so loud. I know I'm not like the princess of stealth and everything, but you know what I'm saying? Oh god. Oh god. Any loot in here for me? More ammo? That'd be nice. No? Okay. No! No, I saw a yellow box that could have everything in it. No, I need a fucking key card. No. Hand grenade, I'll take that. Anything else in here? Gunpowder, I will take that. Another green herb. I have so many green herbs. I need yellow herbs and red herbs. Oh. Uh-oh. I wish I could take the electric stick and use it on them. I think that would be really pleasant for me. A key. Everyone has freaking helmets. What do they expect me to do here? I'm eating through my ammo so quickly. Yes, give me more. Give me more. Okay, excellent. I love ammo. Yeah, they also have chainsaws. That is very true. What the frick? Oh, nice. I could do that. I could use that for shotgun shells. Am I gonna get jump scared here? I don't want to get Stop it! Don't jump scare me! Do not jump scare me! I'm warning you. I have a gun. I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it. Oh, it's just a rat. Oh, the rat almost scared me. I'm not gonna lie. Ah! What the hell? What the hell? Dude, I knew I was gonna get jump scared and I still got jump scared. Fuck! I hate this game. This game hates me.
Welcome. What can I interest you in? Pleasure doing business with you. Thank you. Not bad. Thank you.
I need...
Stocking combat. Any welcome. Ooh, what you buying? What you better to be over prepared. Am I right? Give that the care it deserves, mate.
Dude, this is so ass. I'm like 4 away.
Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose. Molding a weapon to suit your specific. See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. Dazzled, are you? You've exhausted our normal range of services.
So I'm just gonna max out this and then I'm going to increase the exclusive, I think. Or,
well-tuned
well,
weapon
no,
can make up for
I
a
just used the
lack of skin,
exclusive.
friend. And pleasant travels.
What even is the exclusive for this
Welcome.
again? Increase critical hit rate by 5.
Hard times, mate.
Yeah, that'd be super fucking sweet. Why do we have eggs in here, by the way?
Oh, nothing but the finest ways. Oh, breaks over, I suppose.
Alright. Is this his key? Does this work on here? Nope. Should I just sell the ammo if I'm not gonna use this? Because then it's just taking up space, right? La 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 la. Don't laugh at me just because I'm scared. What the fuck? That kind of looked like Donald Trump if he was like naked and bald. I don't want to go that way. I just saw him. You're telling me I have to go that way? What the fuck? Ah, ba 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 ba. That doesn't do anything? Well, fuck me. Does this do anything? Your keycard application has been approved by the head of the department. Please bring your level 1 keycard to dissection and follow the procedure on the next page. Overwrite card for level 2 clearance using the machine located in freezer. Overwrite card for level 3 clearance using machine incubation lab. Please ask. Okay, so I must... What is a level 3 keycard? So I must first... Where is the level... Okay, keycard is in dissection? Wait, was anyone else paying attention to that? Frick. Okay, hold up a second. We gotta craft... Okay, I don't have enough gunpowder. GG. What? Oh, what? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Oh. Like that?
spare?
At last I have created new life. I call it Regenerator. Its metabolic capacity is incredible. Unless all the parasites residing within the organism are destroyed, this tissue can regenerate indefinitely. Upon examining the body with a biosensor scope, I was able to confirm that the parasites behave like vital organs. His face went white, then he started scribbling something in his notebook. Subject went wild and escaped from its cryogenic tank. I was a real fool.
Here?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume you are a fool. I don't want to get jump scared. Ah! 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 Oh shit! Oh. Wait, how do I get the fucking parasite from it? Oh, okay. Oh god. How? Help. 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 Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? You're telling me that... Ah! What the fuck? Get off of me! Where is the parasite? How do I kill it? Dude, I'm actually dead. I'm actually dead. It has like 3 different spots. Oh, so I'm just dead. I wasted all my ammo for what? For what? Is it dead now? Oh my god. Where is the scope? Oh my god. Where was the scope? Why didn't I have a scope? Why does this game hate me? I literally had the key card. This is where I picked up the key card. Why didn't I get the scope? Oh my god. Where is the scope? I'm expected to run from that one. There's more? I have no ammo. Oh my god, it's actually a G. Where do I go next? Am I supposed to go to the freezer next? Wait, why did I turn that off? Was I supposed to turn that off? I don't want to go. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be the reason why. Da 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 da. Oh.
Shit, again?
Okay. All right, buddy. That's real cool. You know what? I learned my lesson. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass, and I'm homebound. And I miss you, and I need you, and now I wonder if I could fall into your love. Would you say time would pass me by? But you know I'd walk 1,000 miles just to da 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 da. Is a scope in here, by the way? Oh, hello. Hello. Is a scope in here? Is a scope in here? Let me know real quick. What do you mean there's something neat? I think you're lying to me. So, what am I supposed to do again? Is he still gonna come for me? I think so, right? Cause I forgot to lock the door. What am I supposed to do? This is power control lever. Oh, never mind. There's another one! There's another one! Or he's just... It didn't work? Oh, because I have no power? Fuck! Fuck, why'd I do that? Oh! 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 Ah! Ah! Wait, can I just run past you? Can you just let me do that real quick? Thank you. You don't have a key card. You can't enter. Why do I hear people? Ah!
Keep coming.
You know, I thought after those guys I wouldn't be so scared, but I am scared. I'm still scared. Green, yellow. And I still don't really have that much ammo. That's not bueno. No bueno. What is that? Oh, is that a shopkeeper? I don't have a rifle. Why do you assume I have a rifle? Fuck! Is this the shopkeeper? What is this? This is not the shopkeeper. What? This is where they're all made? Well, do I at least get the scope in this lab? Guys? Guys? Please tell me I get the scope in this lab. Rifles and some automatic weapons, but I don't have a rifle! You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be fucking shitting me. How do I get to the... How do I get to there? How do I get to the shopkeeper? I need him expeditiously. This is outrageous. I have to go to the overwrite terminal. Oh wait, it was inside of there. Let me assure you, none of those guys will ever break out of the test tubes. Are you being honest or are you fucking with me?
Need a wrench to get this open.
How the fuck do I get a wrench? What? This game stinks. This game is big booty cheeks. Okay. I go left, 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 I think. Sorry.
Take a look. Something's bound to welcome.
Wait, do I have anything in storage?
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sales.
This is a shotgun.
That cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate. Stranger. Ooh, I'll pay a pretty penny for that. Well then,
So
what can I do?
rifles.
Why not try your hand at a new place? Well,
So I can. Will it go on to the Stingray? Question mark.
that cash in your pocket. This gun turns heads into pumpkins, mate. Don't get yourself killed. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? Good as new. Give that the care it deserves, mate.
Dude, I discarded all my ammo.
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, there you are, as you wish. See how that feels, mate. Will that be all then? Pleasant.
Cause I was like, I don't need this shit. Well, frick me.
And travels. Welcome. What you see is what I've got. I don't get yourself killed now.
Okay, what? Where do I go? I have to go to the overwrite terminal? What do I do with this? Okay. Am I going the right way? I guess you guys wouldn't know, but I wish somebody was telling me if I was going the right way. Is it not here? Is it on the other level? It's on the lower level? Fuck me. I hate maps. I hate this game. I hate this game. I don't know where the fuck I is. I have to go against fucking Donald Trump clones. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know how to get out.
Oh, nothing but the finest ways.
Where is... Like I... Oh my god. I don't know how to get to the other level. Oh, well, that's nice. That's a lot. That's a lot more manageable with that scope. But I really don't know where to go. Yeah, thank you, Deca, for the 7 stream streak. Really appreciate it. I don't know how to. Okay. Guys, I'm stupid! I don't know how to do this shit. Can I restart it? The thing is, what I'm missing is this one, right? Like I have to connect this with everything else. But I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do this. Bleh. Shall we cheat? I think cheating is okay. Resident Evil 4 walk through. What is this room called again? What is this room called? Electronic lock terminal. Which room are we in? We're in the freezer. Rotate top left node twice, middle right node once, and the bottom left node once. This doesn't help me! Cause it doesn't reset, does it? Yeah, it doesn't reset. I don't want to watch a video, but I feel that we must. Okay. Oh my god, they give you a gun. That would have been nice to know before I sold all my treasures, before I could put the max things in for it. So what does that lock do? No, I'm using a HyperX mic. I don't know how to get to here. Do you guys know? I forgot. Yeah, I mean, it's because it's also supposed to be like a dynamic microphone. This is a freezer. Guys, I'm so lost. Maybe I'm supposed to go downstairs. Okay. How do I find a wrench? Hmm? This is so freaking bullshit. I mean, they were telling me the order, right? We were unable to recover the body and a tool from it. So, do I have to find the body of one of them? Look inside this room with the scope. Jesus Christ. This game is so stupid. No. No, no, no. I hate this game. This game is so fucking stupid. Ah! Oh my god. Dude! Oh my god. Uh-oh.
Keep coming.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This game. I love this game. This game is so good. I'm not upset at all about my dwindling health and my lack of handgun ammo. No, sir. Not at all. That didn't take such a fucking long time to get through at all. No, sir. Any loot around here? Okay, level 3 keycard lock, gap in the wall. What is a gap in the wall for? Oh. Okay, that's for when we're reunited, I suppose. Oh wait, I've already been here. Lol.
Ashley.
She is not doing well. We can't give her any medicine. It's fading a little bit. Only temporary though, right?
You're gonna be okay.
Does Leon have a younger sister? Oh, mine are coming back though. Uh-oh. But I'm stronger, 'cause I'm Leon Kennedy. Well, I should be stronger. I'm sitting down. That was a cool way I handled my gun though, to be fair. Chapter end. Save progress. Thank you. It would have been cooler mid backflip, dude. You're expecting a lot out of me.
Sorry I'm late.
No. Thank you. You brought the medicine just in time.
Can you stand?
Where's Luis?
Uh-oh.
Seems worried
Yo,
about
thank
me.
you, Zemi K, for the 10 stream streak.
Come on. We don't have much time. Let's get rid of these things.
For Luis.
Condor? Roost?
Yeah,
Oh.
come in. There's a lab where we can remove the parasites. Had a crazy hunch that you'd know where it is.
Their most important facilities are housed in their sanctuary at the top of the mountain. That's where I'd look.
Read the encyclopedia.
Happy to help. Now you owe me.
Well, I feel like I always owe you. Ooh. We were imprisoned without warning. One by one, we are taken to the next room. I do not know what happens there. They just took Annabelle. I am probably next. All who are infected with the plaga will be at the mercy of Lord Sadler. If he commands it, they will work themselves to death with a smile on their face. Adversely, the hosts become so simple-minded that they're basically useless for any complex task. However, we succeeded in developing the new superior species of plaga. It has no special variability, but the host's cognitive functions are not diminished. It seems like they plan to administer this new species to the girl. It's clearly important that she maintains her intelligence after infection. Oh, because she's the president's daughter. So in order to control America, they want to be like, hey, be lucid. Pretend that you are sentient on your own some, but actually you are all in the palm of our hands, right? I know. That's what I am figuring. Well, I have no room for fish. Do I have room for anything else here? Nor. Hole in the wall. Climbing Uppington.
You got it?
Duh.
I'm counting on you.
Pretty much a master of unlocking.
I mean, I could have pushed open the door, but thank you, milady. Blue medallions, 5 of them. Oh, hello.
I've got some new items. Welcome. I've got something new for you.
Bleh.
If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit. Anything else I can help you with? Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right. Pleasure doing business with you. A deal well struck. Come back anytime.
So, where are we supposed to go? What is this? Shooting range? Let me go this way. Please don't tell me that we have to stealth. One, two, three, four. Where's the 5th one? Is it above us? It's not back here, right? No, it's not. I think it's above. Or maybe it's... Cabrones!
Sorry. Must have.
Not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. What is this? Submachine gun ammo. Do I need this for anything? Oh. Okay, 3, 4, and then I think 5th is on the second floor. I think they're both up, maybe? Question mark? I cannot tell. Sorry guys, I really want to get the medallions. You already know the Res 9 ending, you saw the leaks? Why would you ruin the game for yourself? Or were you just not planning on playing it, regardless? Oh, there's handgun ammo somewhere.
Let's find another way.
Okay. You don't have to be so smart alecky with me, miss. Is it here? Where's the ammo? Oh.
Nice shot.
Nice. That was hidden, bro. They really didn't want me to know where that was. Isn't it scary to play at midnight? Well, I didn't know what the time was until now. My lights are on. I have pretty high brightness in this game. What's scary is like the jump scares in this game. I get jump scared a lot. Uh-oh.
Son of a bitch.
You alright?
Yeah, no big deal.
No big dealio. Just low on ammo. I don't like that. I don't love that. Gets jump scared but never screams. Well... I do scream. What are you talking about? I scream often. Or are you just trying to make me feel better? Oh my god, ammo. Yes! Yes! Can I make her stay in the thingy?
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
Lol. I guess I can't.
Ashley.
No problem.
Can I go through this door? Nope. Locked.
It's locked.
How might I find a lever to... Oh, okay. No, I just unlocked this. No! Ashley! Ashley! No! Ashley, I'm coming! No! No! Ashley, I'm sorry! I didn't anticipate that! What the fuck? How come you didn't buy the Red 9 and a better shotgun? Well, 'cause I was kind of cheap and I spent my money on two rocket launchers. And I upgraded all my shit. 'Cause I thought this game would reward me using the same loadout for the entirety of the game. But it definitely did not do that. It was in fact the opposite. So that was really cool. Dude, how was I supposed to know that?
Ashley.
Okay.
Okay. We gotta just run through and then... Okay, run through, okay, run, unlock, unlock. Do not, she said don't touch her!
Over here.
Get off of her! Fucking skank. My bad. This is my first playthrough. I have never played a Resident Evil before this.
You okay?
You might not be able to tell, but I'm not so good with horror games. And I'm also really not good with controller, so double whammy. Oh, shit. Oh. Buñas.
You're serious.
Oh. Ow. What the fuck? Are you dead? Now you're dead? Uh-oh. Why won't it die? Oh, well, at least it dropped me ammo. Yippee! I just played through RE2 Remake and RE3 Remake the last 2 days. They were pretty fun. You should definitely play them. Also, all the mainline RE games are on Steam still. Yeah, I bought all the games except for this one with the sale. But... yeah, I mean, I think, like, everything up to, like... what is it, 6 or 7? I might be able to play through them, because they're less, like... They're kind of like in line with this one, right? Where it's a little bit more actiony, I guess.
On me.
Okay.
This is gross. I feel so bad for making her
Smells pretty bad.
wade in this shit.
Yeah. Before this would kill me, though.
I don't know whether I have any treasures. I do not. I just have gems. When you get to the merchant, you should buy the R9. I don't want the RE9.
Okay.
I'm good with. I feel like I have the R. Either I put the RE9 in storage or. Yeah.
We go at the same time, yeah?
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Stay here.
You can stay in the locker. Okay, let's see. I would like some shotgun shells. Thank you very much. Do I need anything else? I mean, I could use everything. Oh! 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 Wait.
What the fuck? Die, you stubborn son of
I thought I was supposed to die. What?
Jesus. Cuddly bastard.
That's not cool at all.
You're not hurt, are you?
No, I'm good.
Well, I mean, I'm a little hurt, but...
Get that lever.
Okay.
Okay, we go at the same time.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Dude, is another one gonna come? Hey, rat. What's up? I would really like to not be jump scared.
No power.
No power. Very bueno.
Get this for me.
Leave it to me. I'm actually pretty good at this stuff.
She's a lot more chipper about all this than she used to be, I will say. I need to reload this. Dude, is she gonna get kidnapped again? Please don't get kidnapped. Please don't get kidnapped. Electric lock terminal.
Shit.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Damn it!
How do I get to her in time? Ashley! Ashley!
Shit!
Get real.
Ashley!
Jerk.
Fuck! Okay, well. No, 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 no. Okay, Ashley, well
Thanks.
done.
You're welcome.
That was very scary. Oh, ah! Yo, thank you, youngins, for the reset for 18 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you, thank you. Did you finish Power World? No, I don't play Power World. Oh wait, is there loot? Can I no? How do I hop this? Can I not hop this? Is this something I can get later?
Next.
That's so gross. Four rats.
Stench of battle on you, mate. Welcome. Ooh, what you
Tune
buying?
up. Must repair.
Give that the care it deserves. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no
Whoa.
less. Crossing your T's, dotting your I's. That's the way to be. Come. Back anytime.
Okay. Where are we?
Welcome. What can I interest you
What did they? This is the facility 2, and then the quest said waste disposal, kill 4 rats. Is this waste disposal? Do we have to go back for the rats? Yeah. What is this? Black bass, pesetas. Oh my god, I left pesetas behind.
Ashley.
Okay.
Surely no more people will come to yoink her, right? Oh. There's a rat somewhere. Right? I heard a squeak. Hello? I'm sorry, but I really need the spinels. Can you please give me some? Gimme. Green herb. Where did it disappear off to? Is it under? Do I have to drop? Hi, Ponsaurus. What's up? Two more. Where's the last one? We did it. Yippee! Do I have enough for an exclusive upgrade? Wait, we're going the wrong way, Ashley.
So that's a request done and dusted, eh? Good stuff, stranger. Got a selection.
One shot! One shot! This is so fucking bullshit.
Don't get yourself killed now.
Bleh. Man. Man. Dude, her poor tights are just full of filth.
Leon! Look,
That the lift?
if we could do something about this wall.
Let's get in.
A wrecking ball.
I keep it like a wrecking ball. Oh, okay. She's gonna. She knows how to drive this? What kind of college was she attending?
You're serious? Is this what they teach kids in school these days?
I mean, that's exactly the same train of thought I had.
Get back!
Sheesh. Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta stop them from... Okay.
Leave our friends to me.
Oh, God. Okay. Ow. We are so Jover. Oh. Oh no. No. Ow. I pressed B. This fucking.
Out of the way.
Um. I need to heal a little, I think. Sounds good. You do your thing, girlfriend. You think I have time to loot in the meanwhile? Oh, no, no, no. No more time to loot.
I'm happy to oblige.
Uh-oh. Oh, what the fuck is that? Is that a rocket launcher? Oh, yeah, it is. No, Ashley, I'm coming. Don't worry. Oh my god. What do you mean by that?
These people don't learn.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow. 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 Dude! Oh my god. Oh god. I'm on fire. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Ow, 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 ouchies. Are we done here? Oh my god. That took so much. Yeah, you did great! I totally wasn't struggling to make sure that you weren't interrupted at all whatsoever. Good job, Ashley. You did it. Yay. Yippee. Well, now we go through. Defeat the strong threat in the incubation lab. No. No, I'm good on that. You talking about one of those bodies? No, thank you. This is really slow.
work well together, don't we?
I guess so.
We are. I am not letting you join.
Become an agent like you.
No, you are the president's daughter. What do you mean you're gonna become an agent? Hello?
Well, either way,
Hello,
first we have
Nexus.
to make it out of here.
You're no fun.
Yeah, because I'm old as fuck and I'm sensible. And you have your whole life ahead of you. Okay. Here we go. I must stress the use of extreme caution when handling the amber deposits from underneath the castle. Work with the utmost respect and obedience. It is imperative that you do not disturb the holy body's slumber. What the frick does that mean?
This must be what Luis was talking about.
I don't understand. What was Luis talking about in that? Oh, yellow herb. Yippee. Um. Dearest Lord Sadler, I'm overjoyed to report wonderful news. Production of the superior species of Las Plagas is officially underway. Okay.
Prostrate yourself. This is our holy body. Our divine providence ensued. Such profound blessing for all. Los Plaga. Welcome, my children. I am Osman Sattler, the speaker.
Ghidorah?
Tell someone who gives a shit.
Ghidorah. No, that's 7.
Foolish lambs. Why do you deny greed?
Godzilla has a lot of. Oh shit. Godzilla has a lot of foes though, no?
Abandon your body. Obey.
G-I-D-O-R-A? Not G-H-I-D-O-R-A? Oh my god. He's gonna make her shoot me. Is Ada gonna save the day? Oh!
Sweet child, do not resist.
Oh my gosh, she really is doing her best to save me. Oh, poor Ashley. Oh, she ran out of bullets. Oh my, how fortuitous.
Pray forgive these wicked sinners. My faithful disciples shall deliver to you your penance. Now, child, you need not be afraid.
That's kind of funny and
Submit
defined.
your body and release yourself from fear.
Dude, am I gonna die like this? They're just gonna take her? Dude, why am I so useless? I let her go just like that? Fuck! Yeah, I don't think Mothra is foe.
Sadler, you bastard.
Indeed a bastard. I must run after. Is it Mothra? I don't count Mothra as Godzilla's foe. Who wrote that? Who wrote that crossword? Messed up. Yeah, if anything, I feel like I see a lot of Godzilla X Mothra fan fiction these days. Well, not fan fiction, but like ship art. This is where I came from. More pesetas. Dog tags, jeez. A bunch of them. Operation Javier. Few people have heard the name even within the highest ranks of the U.S. government, and little wonder too the operation was not made public. It was conducted in secret and then buried. The reason being it was too inhumane. Small unit of U.S. Special Forces was sent to infiltrate the area of South America. Their mission was to eradicate the drug cartels. Took several years to prepare for, and only the most elite soldiers. I don't know if the mission was a failure or not, but I do know the fate of those elite soldiers once it was over. Entire unit was wiped out except for, and not by the cartels, but the U.S. Military didn't act. Rumor says that the decision... The U.S. government let those people die, brave young people who dedicated their lives to protect their country. Okay. Well, I'm waiting. Cool. That's not weird at all.
You've done well to make it this far, rookie. I've prepared a battlefield up ahead just for us soldiers. Watered by the blood of generations, hundreds of years. It's the perfect place to put an end to what happened 2 years ago.
I wasn't a part of that. Why you gotta get me involved? Ashley Graham's abduction. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4, Phase 5. Damn, they were prepared. There's a lot of blood up ahead. Don't like that. Don't love that. Really don't like the sounds of that.
Why, welcome. What can I interest you in? Easy work. Give that the care it deserves, mate. Come back anytime.
So I can't put ammo into there? Frick, man. I gotta just discard the ammo if I want to free up slots.
Welcome.
How do I store this? Yay.
Welcome. Wilden, what can I do you for? A deal well struck. Don't
Okay,
get well
maybe one more heal.
better to be over prepared. Am I right?
We could
Bigger
do
is
this.
better as come back. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? Next time, buy something, eh?
Oh shush. Oh shush, why don't you? Wait, I didn't save. Did I save?
Hello,
I didn't save again. Yo, thank you, Mike, for the reset for 85 months. Welcome back to the YouTubers. Thank you, thank you. It has been quite a bit. Welcome back. Do you think I can rocket launcher the major?
I've been waiting for you, rookie. Worried about the girl, is that it? That's just like you. You always had poor judgment.
Dude, why is his face even more bloody than before?
But if you think I'm gonna let you out of here alive,
Hi, Jordan.
you're even more naive than I thought. You can't save her. You can't save anyone.
He's giving mad Joker energies.
Being a lackey for these maniacs won't bring your men back. And what the hell for? Revenge on the government? You think they would want that?
Revenge. You think I'm doing all this for revenge?
Now what it for?
This is all about. See, in that jungle, I had a revelation. The most important thing in this world is pure, unadulterated power. Those Illuminados have given me that.
You know you were always an asshole. But at least you had some kind of code. Some honor. And look at you now.
No honor.
Enough reminiscing. Move out and draw fire, soldier.
Why is he black? Why is he backflipping? Oh my god.
Not like I have a choice.
What's wrong? Show no mercy.
Whoa, he can do that? Oh god. Where'd he go?
You better hustle. Who knows what's become of the girl?
That's it? That's it? There's no way, right? He's gonna meet us up here again. Ooh, green herb. He went to go play Apex Legends. Well, fuck me, bro. I'm not even important enough. We're supposed to be like great rivals, and he went off to go play a different game.
You remember the fight in the jungle? We barely made it out alive.
Go with your gut, don't think. That was the first thing you taught me. He's turned this place into one big trap. I can't fight him on his terms.
Oh. Ah! Dude, that scared me. Oh my god, he's got the bear traps too. How the fuck am I supposed to get over that?
Ready to die, rookie.
No! What the fuck am I supposed to do? Dude, he actually has a whole place booby trapped and he has a rocket launcher aimed at me. How am I supposed to counter that? And there's a bear trap. I don't know how to counter the bear trap. He's actually home aloneing me. Oh, I didn't really want to use this here. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Oh my god. Is that the only one? Well, there was... Jesus.
I'm no stranger to covert tactics, remember?
How can I forget? Shit.
Oh! Is there a way to get past this? I'm not skinny enough for this, am I? Oh, I guess I am. Well, you are fucking a sadomasochist, bro.
Still alive, huh? You got lucky.
Okay. Well, can you, if you think I got lucky, could you just be nice to me, please? I would really appreciate that. Are we backseating? No. I would prefer no backseating. Well, oh my god. Well, I was using a nade for the mine.
I'd be dead if I kept
It
listening
was
to
like the
people
mine
you.
and a bear trap. Oh. What is the other way?
I'll ask when I see him.
Oh, you can. Oh my god.
You've really gone all out for me. You shouldn't have.
Oh my god, he can delete my cover. Well, I'm trying really hard. Oh, oh, owie.
This is it, soldier.
Ow, that hurt. Oh!
I'm not falling for your mind games.
Ow.
Sure you don't need a breather? That arm of yours must be killing you.
Opening a new wound is the best way to forget an old one. Off your head.
Oh. Dude.
You can't beat me.
You're really doing this? It's not too late.
Dude, he's like Spider-Man low-key. Like, why is he so agile? Uh-oh. Oh my god, he went back onto the high ground.
Are we done here, Krauser?
I told you. Again. And again.
Is he... What is he doing? Oh my god.
You're too soft to do what's necessary. That's the difference between you and me, rookie.
Well, this freaking sucks. How am I supposed to go up against a superhuman guy like that? What the fuck?
Time to finish your training.
Okay, well, first of all, I think it would be really nice if I use this right now. That'd be real sweet.
You've lost it completely, Krauser.
Ah! Oh god.
So that's
Am
your
I
true
supposed to
power?
parry that?
Oh, I'd ask for a refund.
Oh. He's breathing very heavily. Am I going back where I came from by accident?
What do you get out of this? From becoming one of these freaks?
Okay, pause. Let me craft this first. Yeah-huh. Beautiful. And then let me craft. Pauses his important villain monologue in order to get my potions done. Oh, I almost thought he said writhe. Rise. Like, prove yourself and rise. Rise. Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
What if I just rocket launched him? But I'm trying to save the rocket launcher for, like, the final boss.
No. Time for the teacher to be taught.
Okay.
Such confidence. Bring it, rookie. Are you ready, rookie?
Okay. No, I don't think so. Oh. Ow.
I'm not surprised you made it this far.
Dude. What am I supposed to do there?
Not bad. I didn't expect anything less. After all, I know your potential better.
Ow.
It's a damn shame you can't see the truth. How long do you plan to fight in that primitive body of yours?
Until the mission's finished. You'd have said the same once.
Okay.
You need to stop living in the strength is everything. We can protect nothing.
Ow, 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 ow,
Won't
ow.
be anything left to protect. You'd have known that once.
That's where you're wrong. I didn't know a damn thing. Now I do. Yes. This is the moment I've been waiting for.
Dude, I'm reloading.
Come at me, rookie. Show me what it is you got that I don't.
Aw, man.
Don't stop. You are your orders.
Okay, well, I think I can use this one. Is he gonna knife me? Oh no, he wants me to kill him? Is he actually gonna let me kill him? Am I gonna kill him?
That's right.
Dude, he can't do it. Is he gonna do it? Damn, he's actually doing it.
I trained well. Leon.
Oh man, he didn't call us rookie anymore. He called us by our actual name. But it's only at our time of death that he, at his time of death that he does so.
That you did, Major. That you did.
Do we get a sick knife now? Is that the knife we get now? Oh, yippee. Equipping. And then we got one more box to open. This game has so much aura. I mean, I kind of like it because it has like the kind of cheesy yet fun like 2000s like action movie quips. You know what I'm talking about? Are we gonna get jump scared here? I don't want to be jump scared anymore. Chapter end. Save progress. Okay. Guys, I think I'm gonna have to call it tonight. But thank you guys so much for watching the stream today. I really appreciate it. I mean, we got pretty far. We got pretty decently far into the game. And I think on Monday we'll be finishing it. Yay! Yay! Yeah, if I had started, well, I don't know. Maybe if I had started a little bit earlier, then I would have tried to finish it. But it is 1 a.m. and I got some stuff I want to do tomorrow. So, yeah, thank you guys so much. Does your Discord have a channel to submit clips? Yeah. Highlights, hashtag highlights, I think, is where you can post clips of like my stream. If you want to share clips of your guys' stuff, I would recommend putting that either in random, or if you're sub, you'll have access to support squad. But yeah, have a great night. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. I will be seeing you guys Monday. I think my goal is for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then 4 streams, and then I don't know about Saturday, Sunday, but we're gonna try to finish out the rest of February with a bang. So hope everybody is excited for finishing RE4 Remake. I'm going to be, I think Monday, I will also be playing Apex, finally trying out the new season of Ranked, with maybe Ross and Dash. So, and I am gonna probably March onwards. I don't know. I think I might be playing WoW with some people. First time WoW. I think it's not gonna go well because I don't know anything. I've never played World of Warcraft before. And I think a lot of people are really excited to play WoW. So I'm really nervous because I feel like I am going to make their raiding experience unpleasant. Yeah, but I might be playing that in March. If I'm not, then I think I'm gonna actually be for serial about like my FPS arc. Um, I've been coached a little bit. I've been told my main issue with my aim is how I aim, and that literally made me spiral and have like a crying fit because I was like, I don't. It took me years to even like aim at like a slightly competent level, and you're telling me I'm gonna have to rework it from the very beginning, and I'm unable to like wrist aim, and you're telling me that I'm gonna have to like try to aim with my whole ass arm on the table, and I was like crashing out, legitimately crashing out. But you know, what can you do? You know, if you learn things wrong, you gotta reset from the beginning, you know? And then I was told that like if I played a lot and if I tried really hard, it would not take like, cuz I was like I'm pretty sure it's going to take a year, maybe 2 years to be able to get to the same level as I was previously, and they were like, no, if you just do it for a week, you're going to be fine. And I was like, no. I was like so convinced. I was like, you're telling me to revert back to a zero. From like near hero to zero. I was like, it was really bad. It was really, really bad. But anyways, yeah. FPS arc incoming, along with maybe WoW, but probably I don't know, cause I'm really scared of letting other people down, and I'm sure I will be doing that in World of Warcraft. So I'll probably like maybe try it out for like 2 days, and if it doesn't just magically click within me, then yeah, we're gonna pivot, and I'm gonna be miserable, and I'm gonna crash out while like lowering my sense and like reworking like my posture and how I aim on my setup and whatnot. But yeah. What class? Support tank DPS? Well, Cutie said, and I quote, "You're a girl, and you know, most girls go support." Yeah. So then, out of spite, I was like, maybe I should tank. And then somebody in the WoW Discord was like, tanking is a lot of responsibility. Do you do well under pressure? And I was like, nope. So, yeah, I don't know. It's probably either DPS or support, but what do you guys think is easier in rating? Diamonds made under pressure, ha ha ha. Healers? Tank would be most fun? I don't know. Da, 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 da. Okay. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching the stream today. I really appreciate it. I hope we had fun together. We're almost finished. We're almost finished, and then that means my brother owes me $100 worth of things, so I'm very excited about that. You guys have to. I don't know what to ask for him though. I was like, you can't you don't want to just give me straight up $100, and he was like, no. And then I was like, okay, then can you get me an SD card case? And he was like, no. And I was like, well, why not? I actually really want one. And he was like, it has to be worth $100. And I was like, um, okay, but I don't want to get anything from you that's worth $100, and I don't even really want cash from you because I would feel like I'm taking money from a baby. And he was like, no, think up of something. And I was like, okay. Well, I don't know what to think of. We're $100 worth of. That's what I was thinking. Like, that's like 3, 4 SD card cases. And he was still like, no, no. You just joined the Discord. Welcome to the Discord. 256 megabytes of RAM. That's worth $100. Don't they make $100 USD SD cards get max storage? Maybe I make him just buy me film or something. Or the next time, cause I ordered a bunch of film cameras and I ordered films, so I want to like test it out, and hopefully he just pays for the development or something. Okay. Bye, everybody. Have a great rest of your day or night. Make sure to join the Discord and